Good morning. I can't hear you, Sisi. Mr. Zigalala, I can't hear you. Sisi, I can't hear you, leadership. Sibulele from PMG. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
Yes, I wanted to test my audio. Can you hear me? Because you are the only one in the meeting.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Sisi, colleagues from TCS.
We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
I can hear you now. Can you?
You can hear us now.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Can we test?
I can. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Oh, your camera is on.
In the morning, if the work is in, then they will do it in the morning.
We have another camera. Sisi, you are now quiet again. You press something. Hey, that's bad. But I can't hear you now. You went quiet.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I don't know what you are keep on pressing there. There's something you are pressing to mute yourself and back again. You're quiet again.
Hello?
I'm fine now, but stop pressing things.
Because I fell asleep.
Okay.
Then they called me to. I was acting DC. Then I fell asleep, and then Kabela called me. Sitle called me. Katena called me. Then I had 10 calls. And then I said, no, I expected to start at 9 minister. And now, and I'm saying. It was on weekend. It was, I think it was Sunday. It was on Sunday.
Comrades.
I expected them.
And
now you are starting.
Sisi, what's happening there? Hey, colleagues, you could give us problems.
And at that time it was.
Sisi?
Sia, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you quite well. But can you hear me?
the same. I did the same that day. I told Minister, no,
I'm using a laptop more. We can hear you on the bigger screen. You were loud and clear, but the problem was us. You can't hear us.
I can hear you now, but is the presenter, the person who's going to present, and the person will respond, will we hear them? I want to test their audio.
All right, we are trying to do that. I just wanted to alert you. This laptop, I'll be projecting with this laptop as well.
Yeah, test that as well.
All right.
You know what? My daughter, and at the same time, I don't want my daughter to
Rehabilitation.
Then she said to me, no, Mr. Listener, can you take your daughter here? I'll provide her with food. And then I had to go to the
Damasi, I'm beginning to share here. Where do we share the screen?
Hey, Mr. Zikalala.
But I'm trying to share the screen. I can't share the screen. I can't project.
Why?
I don't know. Hey, we have not used Zoom for a very long time.
I can see that and more song. Chief.
No, am I allowed to share? Can you allow me to share?
You've got co-host. You have co-host abilities. You're actually a co-host. You can go to that green button.
Yeah, I'm on the green button.
Double click.
Yeah, now it's allowing me. Now it is allowing me. Now it is allowing me, but it was not activated. Yeah.
So presentation mode. Presentation mode.
Yeah.
Put it on presentation mode.
Yeah, I've done that. It's taking time to do that. To load. I'm on slide 5.
I see. It's still on slide 1.
Yeah, they want to join it, even on our side.
But what you must do, get another laptop, Andronika's laptop, a backup, tell her to log in. Then you can project from her laptop.
Okay, let's please stop sharing.
I'm saying this guy, at what time does he
Can you ask the colleagues to stop sharing the news? While we can hear those things. I can see this now. Sitla, you've muted yourself. I can't hear you.
Leah?
Mute out.
Colleagues, mute the other one, Kalo.
Yeah, we have it. Okay, we have muted. Can we now
put on the camera? The presentation is fine, but put on the camera and test the mics of other colleagues or when they speak.
They are working.
The mic, we are all in one boardroom. We are using this big screen.
Okay. Is the audio proper?
This is the audio that you'll be utilizing.
I'm asking Uguti, when CFO or the person is going to present talk where they are seated, they must test that if I can hear them, not you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Who's speaking?
Andrew.
Yeah, as long as you can hear the voice.
Good morning,
Yeah,
Minister.
no. Sure. Can hear you. Remove the presentation, Sihlene. You will share it when you are called upon to do that. I think we're good.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Morning, Chair.
They look very small.
Chair?
They look very small.
I think, Chair, when they speak, the camera picks them up and zooms in. That's what I wanted to check with Sihle. If that can be done. Mr. I think Babu Ngumalo le umncane manje uNgumalo angimboni kahle.
Iyangimangaza nesize kaNcumalo.
Yeah,
Ngumalo, you have left me behind on the marathons.
Chair, can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice?
I can hear your voice. Oh, now I can see you. Hi, Ngumalo.
Sublom.
Okay, Sia, you will indicate when we are ready. I was also testing my side.
Okay, Chair. Members are still joining. I will indicate. Thanks. Yes, Chair, we have a quorum, Chair, we can start. I think you're muted, Chair.
I'm not muted, Sia. I'll start now. Good morning, colleagues on the virtual platform.
Recording in progress.
Members, do you have a quorum, Sia?
Morning, once again, Chair. Yes, Chair, we do. We've got 6 members. We can go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. From the department, who's here?
Chair, I saw the minister, the deputy minister, and officials of the department, Chair, are at the boardroom. There are quite a number of them, so they will identify themselves. But I saw when the minister is here and the deputy is here, Chair. Thanks.
That boardroom makes them to be small. But good morning, members. Good morning and welcome, Minister and the Deputy Minister. I'm not sure if the NC is part of the Kumbaya there in the boardroom. If he is, he's not recognizable. But also, Honorable Sokopo, kindly mute your video. Thank you. We can then start, colleagues. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee meeting. It has been some time since we've met on the virtual platform. We have been consistently sitting physical. This will be the start amongst other meetings that will follow, that we would sit virtually, but there would be some meetings, Portfolio Committee meetings, that would require us to sit physically. You are all welcome to today's Portfolio Committee meeting. So you have kindly flagged the proposed agenda for today's meeting. The proposed agenda item was circulated well in advance. Members would have received it. Members, before we could even proceed, can I get a mover for the proposed agenda so that we can then proceed?
I will move.
Honorable Moela, I'm seconding Honorable Engelbach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moela. You are seconding Honorable Engelbrecht, who's not even said a thing. Honorable Engel, were you moving to propose for the mover for the agenda?
sorry, Chair, I did move.
Okay. Thank you so much. The agenda is therefore duly adopted by the meeting, and we will then move according to the set agenda. Sia, do we have any apologies that we have received? I have not received any on my side.
Yes, Chair, Honorable.
Honorable Niehaus, I did receive Honorable Niehaus' apology. You can proceed, Sia.
Once again, Chair. Yes, Honorable Niehaus, Chair, is the first apology, and Honorable Daniels is also attending another committee meeting. Honorable Diale has indicated that she is currently attending 2 meetings at the same time. She might have to leave and focus on the other meeting during the duration of the meeting. She will be with us until that time. I'm sure she will indicate maybe to me that, or she will just leave, Chair. Those are the 3 apologies from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sia. The apologies, therefore, were taken as noted in today's meeting. We'll then move to the main reason we have called the portfolio committee meeting, outside us having to consider and adopt the budget vote report, which we would do without the department forming part of the meeting. Therefore, would move to the briefing by the department on rehabilitation and reintegration programs. They have the set agenda or the proposed item. So it will be upon them how do they take us through. But we must note one thing, NC, which is not a normal thing or a usual thing that has happened since we commenced in the 7 administration as the portfolio committee, especially me chairing the committee, that we receive the report from the department late. It was the first time, and I hope you would be able to take us through why did we receive the report for today's portfolio committee late, because of we would have set a standard that the reports must be sent 5 to 7 days in advance to allow members to be able to go through them and to allow the team in the portfolio committee to be able to peruse and do research work in order to assist members to be able to engage thoroughly in the reports that you would have sent. So the lateness, therefore, disturbs that sequence and that process for us to be able to guide members on which areas to look into when they're going through the report. So in essence, the content advisor does not equally have enough time to be able to go through the said report. So when you take us through with your team, please do indicate why did we receive the report late as the portfolio committee. I will hand over to the minister to take us through with the team on the presentation that they would have prepared for the portfolio committee. Minister.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, officials, and everyone. I am not going to call the names of the people on the platform. You indicated that they are all there, and you can see from our office as well as the Deputy Minister. So what I will do, Honorable Chair, is that I will hand over to the National Commissioner. The names are there. I don't think you also have to go through and mention everyone, except if you want it like that, Chair. And then the National Commissioner can start immediately with the presentation. I thank you.
DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the NC with the entire DSS team. Chair, we are ready to present, I think, the NC will give reasons why the late submission in terms of the report. Thank you very much.
National Commissioner, you can then proceed to take us through the report with your team. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Let me also greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister and colleagues that are on the platform. Let me, Honorable Chairperson, as directed, start with an explanation on why our presentations were sent through at 18:47 on Friday. Honorable Chairperson, if we can check the topic, it's actually a topic that strands two branches in the department: the branch of community corrections and the branch of incarceration. So, as the technical colleagues in the department were working on the inputs from two branches, there was a delay with regards to whether we should have, or rather a technicality with regards to whether we should have one consolidated presentation or we should have two separate presentations, given the volume of the information and also the different programs that the two branches have on rehabilitation, because the topic treats rehabilitation when an offender is still incarcerated and the support programs when an offender is now in the community corrections space. And the topic is also specific to the question of the youth. So ultimately, we then had to take a decision. I must indicate my officer to take a decision when now we see that the presentation is delayed. We took a decision that we then submit two presentations so that we are able to treat both subjects with all the information that we have then received, or we had then received from the two branches. So the main issue was whether we should have one presentation or not, and integrating the two presentations was going to make us lose the content essence with regards to presentation to the committee. So that is the reason why the report was submitted late. I apologize, Honorable Chairperson, that the mechanization in the department with regards to finalizing the presentation on the set day delayed. And yes, Honorable Chairperson, as you have indicated, we will ensure that this does not happen again. Honorable Chairperson, if I can then, if I'm allowed, move to the next step, which will be the presentations. And but before I do that, just indicate that in the boardroom, we have the colleagues that normally attend the portfolio committee meeting. The presentation would be, the first presentation would be done by Chief Deputy Commissioner Molepo, who's responsible for incarceration and corrections. The second presentation will be done by the Acting Deputy Commissioner Nesengani from Community Corrections. Yes, and Honorable Chairperson, we will then be guided as to whether we present both of them at the same time or we present the first presentation and then the next presentation. We'll we request that we be guided by the portfolio committee. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Minister and Deputy Minister.
Thanks,
Honorable
NC.
Chairperson, you can proceed.
I think you, those who are set to present, you can proceed to present both reports at once, and then members will therefore engage both the reports immediately after the presentations have been made. And the report on the delay of submissions of the report to the portfolio committee or the presentation, it's noted, National Commissioner, and we hope we do not find ourselves in a similar situation again from your side to our inside, for us to effectively be able to run the portfolio committee through engagements and clear timelines that we would have set when we started last year. So it is noted. Then the team can proceed with both the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, NC. Let me start by greeting yourself, the Chairperson, and honorable members. Let me also greet our Minister and also Deputy Minister and NC and all colleagues on the platform. And Chairperson, I will be taking you through the presentation on rehabilitation programs. And the content is as follows. We'll start by indicating the purpose of the presentation, legislation and policy mandates. I will give the background, then the rehabilitation programs. I see the slide is not moving, but I'm on slide 2, that is contents. Then the 4th item will be on rehabilitation programs. And on rehabilitation programs, the focus will be on the programs and also performance overview. We'll also highlight the youth participation in rehabilitation programs. And the next one will be indicating the post-establishment in terms of our professionals within the department. Then come to the stakeholder collaboration and challenges and recommendations. So with regards to the purpose as indicated and also as per request from the portfolio committee, the purpose will be to present the rehabilitation programs. So from my side, I'll be focusing on the rehabilitation programs rendered to inmates. We do have legislation and policy mandates. I'm not going to go through all the legislation and policy mandates. The one that have been listed there is just, it's not all of them. We'll just indicate few because in each functionary we have all the relevant legislation and policies. So I'm not going to go through the slide on legislation and policy mandates. Regarding the background, we have indicated the purpose of the correctional system, and mainly the purpose of the correctional services is to integrate, is to incarcerate, rehabilitate, and also reintegrate offenders back into the society. So whilst they are being incarcerated, we provide needs-based programs and interventions to ensure that they are facilitated and also to enable them for their social reintegration. So for rehabilitation programs, they are being rendered under program 3, that is rehabilitation, and we have 3 sub-programs under rehabilitation. The first sub-program, that is correctional programs, which provide needs-based correctional programs targeting offending behavior. So the correctional programs are non-therapeutic programs that we offer to inmates. Then under offender development, we also have needs-based programs and interventions to facilitate their rehabilitation and personal development. And under offender development, that's where we have education, we have skills development, we have production workshops and agriculture, and we also have sports, arts, recreation, and libraries. Then the third sub-program is on psychological, social, and spiritual care services, which also provides needs-based psychological, social work, and spiritual care services. So the 3 sub-programs are the ones that are responsible for rehabilitation internally within the department. So on the next slide is just a background in terms of inmate population. So we have indicated the total number of inmates as at the end of 31st March, that is for 24-25 financial year. And in terms of sentenced offenders, we had 104,000, and unsentenced inmates, we have 61,000. And with regards to the total number of inmates in total, we have 166. So the table here is just indicating only inmate population and not parolees and probationers within community corrections. So the next table, it indicates the number of sentenced offenders per age group. The critical one is the one on juveniles and youth, that we have both juveniles and youth under 18 to 21, and also youth under 22 to 25 years. So within the department, the youth in terms of the act is categorized, it's not to 25, and it's not in line with the one that we know that youth is up until 35 years. So with us, it's up until 25 years, and 26, they are being regarded as adults and will be accommodated in the adult units. On the next slide is also inmate population. This one is as at 6 June 2025. So that is the latest information that we have. In terms of females and male youth, we have 24,837. So the next slide, Chair, we have just given the case management cycle so that we can understand in terms of the processes within the department, that before we go to rehabilitate, what are some of the processes that are being involved. Next slide. So this is the offender rehabilitation path, and it's a process flow. It's a process flow map that integrates all various policies and statutes governing rehabilitation of offenders. As you can see from step 1, it is from the point of entry at admission up until they are placed at a community corrections, and others reach their sentence expiry date. So that is the process from admission. Then they will be assessed and classified. Then the third step will be profiling, compilation of correctional sentence plan and approval by the case management committee. So as soon as the correctional sentence plan is developed, which outlines all the individual needs of offenders. So correctional sentence plan will identify needs-based of offenders per offender. So each offender, when we are rendering programs, we render those programs in line with their correctional sentence plan. Hence, we say they are needs-based because we do not just put offenders in any program. So that is the cycle that the offenders will be going through. Step 4 will be when they are in the housing unit, and that's where the intervention and services will be rendered. Then the 5th step, it will be the case review team, which is being conducted on a 3-month, 6-month, and 12-monthly basis. Then the 6th step will be the CMC, that is the case management committee, which also conducts the reclassification from maximum to minimum. And then it will be continuation of intervention services. And on 3, 6, and 12 months, there will also be the case review team up until the case management committee at step 9 will be developing those profiles of offenders for parole considerations. So, Chairperson, on the next slide, then it will be in terms of rehabilitation programs as to how are we offering the rehabilitation programs to offenders. As I've indicated that we do have correctional sentence plan in place. So those needs will be individual based needs, and they will be based on the correctional sentence plan, which is developed for each offender. And professionals will still continue assessing offenders' needs when they meet offenders. And other method of referral will also be in terms of court of law, which may specify as to which treatment or programs the offender must attend. And other relevant structures is the Case Management Committee, the Correctional Supervision and Parole Board, or the head of the center, which may also request that an offender receive specific intervention. There will also be external social workers who may also refer an offender to receive intervention whilst inside. An offender's family may also request that the offender attend other programs. Offenders themselves can also register their needs. We have the complaints and request registers in our centers whereby offenders can register their needs. And lifers also, we also offer programs to lifers. And in terms of educational programs, offenders must have a report card from the previous grade so that we'll know where to allocate and in terms of the grade where the offenders will be placed. Then, as I have indicated with regards to programs, we have correctional programs, and those correctional programs, they are non-therapeutic, meaning that they are those programs that are meant to raise awareness to offenders, and they are being rendered in a group session. So we do not offer one-on-one session with regard to correctional programs. And they are also included in the correctional sentence plan. So we have developed 13 programs, and those 14 programs were developed internally by our officials, and they are being implemented by the correctional intervention officials. So as you can see on the 5th column under professionals or officials responsible for offering programs or services, we do not have a structure currently for correctional intervention officials. So those officials have been nominated to present those correctional programs. So they are our security and custodial officials. And we have a criteria for the selection of the correctional intervention officials, which is a 3-year diploma or degree on social or behavioral corrections or correction sciences. And they should also have 2 years experience in correctional services. So those are our correctional intervention officials. Currently, we do not have the structure, but as we are working on the microstructure, they are going to be included in the structure that we are finalizing within the department. Then the next one, in terms of programs, we do have production workshops and agriculture, whereby our offenders are participating there and they are getting skills which will assist them even when they are released from the department. And there are quite a number of skills that are being offered within production workshops and agriculture. We have listed there under production workshops that some of the skills that they are acquiring is in terms of cabinet making, furniture polishing, machining, upholstery, and others. Under agriculture, we also have skills that are being offered in agriculture for those offenders. So in terms of the assets, Chair, maybe let me just indicate under production workshops and agriculture that we do have 21 farms, that is big farms. We also have 115 agricultural small sites. And in terms of wood and production, we have 10 wood and 10 steel production workshops. We also have 19 textile workshops. Shoe factory, we only have 1 shoe factory in Wheatbank. And currently we have 11 bakeries. We also have 17 dairies and 15 piggeries. So that's where our offenders are rendering their labor in all those production workshops and agriculture. On the next slide is in terms of educational programs. Currently, we have 19 schools, and out of the 19 schools, we have 10 schools that are registered with the DBE, and they are youth schools. So we render FET, we also render AET and higher education and training programs within our educational programs. We also have early childhood development that we offer to our not to 2 years children who are with their mothers within our facilities, and those are being offered by our educationists. The next one is in terms of skills development programs, as I've indicated under production workshops and agriculture, that we offer accredited programs to our offenders. And those programs that are offered to offenders, we also offer them in partnership with external training providers. And we have listed there some of the skills development programs that our offenders have attended, and they are also being offered in group sessions. In terms of skills development programs, we are also utilizing educationists and also external service providers to assist in terms of providing the skills to our offenders. We then have sports, recreation, arts, culture, and libraries. Currently, there are 7 arts and crafts galleries that has been established across 6 regions. We also have libraries that our offenders are utilizing within our facilities. So even with SREC, the challenge is that we have SREC officials that have been appointed by heads of correctional centers. So we do not have a permanent structure in terms of SREC. So we are also utilizing officials who are being appointed by heads of correctional centers, and they are offering that on an ad hoc basis. Then the next one is in terms of social work programs and services, psychological services, and spiritual care services. So those are the needs-based programs that are being offered by social workers. So the programs offered by social workers is that they conduct assessment, therapeutic services, they do crisis intervention, supportive services, and also administrative services. There are also programs that have been developed by social workers that are being offered to our inmates. So in terms of social work services, they also offer their services to the remand detainees, but that one, it depends on the need of a remand detainees. So we have anger management program, life skills, sexual offender treatment programs, substance abuse program, youth resilience enhancement programs, Cool and Fit for Life, that is a youth program, elderly offender program, Sisonke family and marriage care programs, and parenting skills programs. So those are programs that are being rendered by social workers, and they render them through individual therapy and also group therapy interventions. And as we have indicated there, with social workers, the service is being provided by the qualified social workers who are registered with the council, that is the South African Council for Social Service Professions. With regard to psychological services, we also have psychologists and also community psychologists who are assisting us in terms of rendering those need-based psychological services to sentenced offenders. So psychologists, they do utilize their discretion and also their clinical competence in terms of developing programs such as anger management and other programs. They also offer programs through individual therapy, group therapy, family therapy, and some structured programs. So we have qualified psychologists and also community service psychologists that are assisting us. With spiritual care services, we also have those spiritual care services programs and also interventions that are being rendered by our chaplains who are employed by the department, as well as external service providers and spiritual care workers. So those are our key rehabilitation programs that are being offered within the department. And on the next slide, we're just indicating the performance overview in terms of all those programs that we are offering. So we made a trend analysis for 4 years. With regards to the correctional programs, we have been overachieving in terms of our performance from 2021-22 up until 24-25 and also 25. I mean 24-25, we are now in 25-26. So in terms of the targets, the reason that we have reduced the targets for correctional programs from 80% in 2022-23, we increased it to 84%, and we left it at 84%. As much as we have been overperforming, The reason is because, as I've indicated earlier, that correctional programs are being rendered by the correctional intervention officials who are rendering that on an ad hoc basis. Hence, we cannot align our target with the performance. We cannot use the previous performance as the baseline, because in terms of resources, our resources, we do not have a permanent structure to render correctional programs. Hence, we maintained the 84%, but we have been overachieving on the target set for the correctional programs. Under occupational skills training, we have offenders participating in long occupational skills program and also short occupational skills program, and those offenders who are participating in TVET college programs. We also have a target of 90% throughout, and we are encouraging offenders. We also do marketing activities in our correctional centers so that offenders will attend the long and short skills program and also the TVET colleges. So we do have marketing programs that we utilize in our correctional centers for offenders to participate in those programs. Under educational programs, we have offenders participating in general education and training per academic year, and also offenders participating in further education and training, and also the grade 12 National Senior Certificate. And we have been performing or overachieving our targets because we do market our programs within our correctional centers. Then on the next slide, it's on production workshops and agriculture. For the previous years, we have been measuring the indicators in our annual operational plan. Hence, you can see there we have indicated not measured on APP. So they were in our annual operational plan, but then the National Commissioner in 2023-24, after we have developed the self-sufficiency and sustainability program, then we included them in our APP. Hence, from 23-24 financial year, we have those targets, and we have also achieved in terms of our set targets. Under psychological, social, and spiritual services, under social workers, we have also achieved our targets. We have been setting our targets for 23-24 at 58%, and we have achieved 81%, and 24-25 we have set our target at 60%. And the reason that we increased the target at 2% is also because of resources. Because as much as we have increased it, but our social workers, we still have quite the number of social workers were not increased. Hence, we just increased it with that 2%, but we have achieved. And with social workers, they are also seeing parolees and probationers within community corrections. So we have included all of them in that indicator. Then the next one is with regards to spiritual care services. Our target is 84% for 23-24, and 24-25 is 86%. And in 25-26, we have reduced our target. The reason that we have reduced our target for 25-26 is because of the duplications. We met Auditor General South Africa, and we had a discussion in terms of counting offenders who were receiving spiritual care services. And after we had that discussion, then we agreed that we are no longer going to duplicate offenders. So offender in a quarter will be counted once. Hence, we have reduced the target because previously we were counting offenders on a quarterly basis, even if they repeated the programs. So hence in 25-26, the target has been reduced. Then we have psychological services. Additionally, we have around, we'll see in the next slide in terms of psychologists, that we have 73 psychologists. Hence our target today, we have set the target in line with the number of our psychologists. We also have community service psychologists who are assisting us in terms of rendering programs. So that is our performance overview in terms of all the rehabilitation programs that we are offering to offenders. Then on the next slide, we've just indicated, as I've already indicated, that in terms of the number of schools, we had 17 schools, but currently we have increased the numbers to 19, which is a good success in terms of our education programs. We have also partnered with University of Stellenbosch, who introduced the telemedicine school project also with DBE. So they have installed the telematics in our youth schools in DCS. So we'll also be going to other youth schools in 25-26 financial year. So currently we are in telematics is being offered in 2 youth schools, that is Bavianspoort and Johannesburg. Then in terms of the post-school, we had an increase that is from 550 in 2024 to 815 in 2025. So in terms of grade 12 pass rate, we have also an increase in terms of the pass rate that is from 84% in 2023 to 96% in 2024. With regards to offender labor, for 24-25 financial year, we had an average of 1,700 offenders who are participating in production workshops. And with regards to agriculture, we had 4,004 offenders participating in agriculture per day. So on this one, I need to mention that we also have targets set because the numbers that are participating there is in line with the farm plans. So as I've indicated that we have 21 big farms and also 115 small farms. So though all those farms, they do have the project plan and they've also outlined the number of offenders that they need per farm. So we are utilizing that to ensure that all offenders do participate in our production workshop and agriculture. Then on the next slide, it's in line with what I just indicated in terms of average offender labor per day. We have indicated that per region. Next slide. We have indicated that per region in terms of average offender labor per day. And the other bar graph is in terms of average offender labor per day per region on agriculture. Then on the next slide, with regards to youth, we have indicated that a total of 3,331 youth offenders participated in social work programs. And with regards to youth offenders, in 2023, we have developed a circular in terms of compulsory education, whereby all offenders were compelled, all offenders at the age of 30 and below were compelled to participate in educational programs. And this table below indicates the number of offenders that are participating. But the only challenge that we are experiencing is that most offenders, they do not want to attend in educational programs. So they prefer to go for skills development programs because they also get gratuities when they work. So we are still trying to motivate offenders to ensure that they attend educational programs. So the table is just indicating the numbers in terms of youth participation. And the next slide is also in terms of participation of youth in sports, recreation, arts, culture, and libraries program in 24-25 financial year. So the last bar graph indicates that under sport, we had 32,000 offenders participating, and under recreation, we had 30,000. Under arts, we had 14,000, and culture, 14,000, and libraries, we had 22,000 participating in our libraries. So the next slide is in terms of the post-establishment of our professionals. In terms of social workers, in terms of the structure, we have 649 structure, and we had 590 fields, and 59 are vacant. On psychologists, we have 99 financed, and we currently have 73 and 26 vacant. And on spiritual care services, We have is 52. We just had a typo there. It's supposed to be 52 for Free State and Northern Cape. Instead of 6, it's 7. So the total number is 52 for spiritual care services. And for educationists, we have 644. For field, we have 548 and vacant 96. And with regards to our artisans, chairperson, we did not include them there, but we have a grand total of 686. Field, we have 555, and vacant, we have 131. So the next slide is just indicating our post-establishment of professionals per region. So as you can see, we have the high number of social workers as compared to psychologists and spiritual care services. But still, with regard to social workers, we still need more social workers because in line with their service level standards, we have 1 social worker to 240. And based on the total inmate population, social workers are not able to see all the offenders who really need social work services because of the numbers that we currently have. Then on the next slide, with regard to stakeholder collaboration, as the Department, we are saying corrections, it's a societal responsibility. So we cannot render our rehabilitation and reintegration programs alone as the department. So we are partnering with various external stakeholders to assist us in rendering those rehabilitation programs. We do have NGOs, we have community-based organizations, we also have volunteers, and the CBOs and NGOs, we have a quality assurance quality assurance progress that is in place. So we quality assure both programs and service providers to ensure that the programs that they will be rendering to offenders are of good standards. We also need family involvement to ensure that they encourage offenders to participate in our rehabilitation programs. We have signed memorandum of understanding with various organizations, even with tertiary institutions, because from tertiary institutions, we offer experiential learning programs for students. So hence we have signed the MOUs even with the tertiary institutions. In terms of challenges, as indicated earlier, we do have inadequate number of professionals versus inmate population. I've already indicated that the service level standard of social workers versus caseload is 1 to 240, which makes it impossible to reach the sentenced offender population. So in terms of recommendation is that we need more professionals to assist. Then the next challenge is with regards to overcrowding, which impacts on access to rehabilitation programs. The other one is with regards to insufficient funds for monitoring and evaluation, that due to budget cuts, we are unable to conduct M&E physically as required. So we have reduced the number of physical visits. We do that virtually, but there are some of the things that when we do virtually, we do not get the outcomes that we need. So that is the challenge that we are experiencing. The other challenge is with regards to infrastructure, whereby some of the professionals are sharing offices, and it is not ideal for professionals to share offices because they render therapeutic programs. Then the other challenge is in terms of offender labor. We've indicated there that we have inadequate allocation of offender labor. They are working short working hours, that is less than 5 hours, and ideally we would like them to work at least 8 hours per day, but that also depends on the number of security officials that are available to ensure that they offer security services. As I've indicated earlier, that we only have 1 shoe factory in Witbank. There's an artisan post that has been abolished there. We also have shortage of agriculture technician posts, and there's also no post establishment for bakeries and textile workshops. So in all this, we are utilizing our existing security officials. Then in terms of other challenges, the underutilization of natural resources. And for SREC, as I've indicated earlier, that is on sports, recreation, arts and culture, we also do not have a structure for SREC. We also don't have a structure for correctional intervention officials who are rendering correctional programs. But with the development of the microstructure, we hope that as soon as we finalize the microstructure, those challenges will be addressed in terms of establishing the structure for SREC and CIOs. In concluding, Chairperson, we are saying as the department that will continue equipping inmates with skills that they can be able to utilize when they exit our facilities. And we also require an increase in critical human resources, especially with regards to our professionals, so that we can render those therapeutic and also non-therapeutic programs. And we will continue working in collaboration with other government departments and also the business sectors, civil sector organization, and non-profit organizations. So we are implementing the self-sufficiency and sustainability program, which equip offenders with skills that they will need to utilize when they leave correctional facilities. So with that, Chairperson, thank you very much. That's the presentation on rehabilitation programs. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, DM, and NC. Then I will hand over to the acting DC, Community Reintegration, who will take us through the reintegration programs.
I'm not sure it's me on my side, but I can't see the boardroom anymore, or I can see the slide now. So the acting CDC, it's your turn now. You can proceed. Who is the acting CDC?
Thank you so much. My name is Rehabilitation. I'm not quite sure whether I'm audible enough.
You are audible. You can proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Rehabilitation, the acting deputy commissioner responsible for community programs in liaison, where it's under CONCO, Community Corrections, which have got social reintegration as a chief directorate and community programs and liaison as a chief directorate. I think it will be very much proper to introduce that. Community Corrections is a community structure responsible for parolees and probationers, whom currently we have almost 52,000 of parolees and probationers. As we know, parolees are those that have served part of their sentence in the center and then part of their sentence is served outside with the community. Therefore, it will be very much important also to indicate that probationers are those that have been sentenced straight from the courts to the community to be given conditions of parole. The purpose of this Minister, Deputy Minister, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee is to indicate the effectiveness of the reintegration programs for parolees and probationers and the success rate of offenders reintegration into the society and reduction in recidivism, especially in youth as instructed. It is also very much important to indicate that community corrections is a window through which we can judge the effectiveness of the rehabilitation programs that have been offered by the centers and also enhanced by the programs that still continue while the offenders or parolees or probationers are with the community. And this particular branch, it also caters for empowerment of victims of crimes so that we do not actually promote a notion that one has to be incarcerated in order to be empowered. Therefore, in all the programs that we render in community corrections, we include both primary victims of crimes and secondary victims of crimes. Primary who are directly affected, and secondary those that are members of the community, and your ordinary population within the society. And this is informed by Section 61 of the Correctional Services Act, subsection 1 and 2 up to 5, in relation
Sia, is it me who lost the
Chair, I was about
presentation, or it's my network or something?
I was about to ask that, Chair, but I thought, let me just hang on. Mr. Zikalala, you seem to have pressed a button that muted yourself the other side. We can't hear you at the current moment. So can you please fix that? And we can't see the slides at the moment. Can you fix that? Maybe I'm not sure because I'm not privy to a system on that side. Maybe we can use another laptop, Sihle, to connect to the meeting, or maybe Andronica's laptop, and then or the CDC's laptop. Then we use that for even projection if the system in the boardroom is not assisting us currently. Can we just switch to laptops? I'm sure your colleagues have laptops in the boardroom, and just connect to the meeting. Apologies, Chair.
Yes, we are back. Or Sia can hear us? We are back.
I can hear you, and but the camera is off and we can't see the slides. But in the meantime, can you connect? Okay. Yeah, we can hear. We can see this. Yeah, the boardroom and the slide. Can you, the CDC? Yeah, we can. CDC, can you maybe just test your audio?
Yes, can you hear us? We are here. We are back. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Chair, yes, you are audible on my side. Chair, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear them. Sia, we can then proceed.
Sorry for that.
Do we proceed, or we start from fresh? Like, where did it cut? I'm not quite sure.
You can start from fresh.
Listen to them. Thank you, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner. Good morning. My name is Azriha Mwisi Nasengani, the Acting Deputy Commissioner responsible for the component called Community Programs and License, which is new in the department, focusing on the programs of parolees. And I would like to indicate that the component is under the branch Community Correction. This is an introductory aspect that is not indicated in the slides. And I would like that to know, so that when you follow the slide, you can follow the slide. When I go to the slide, I will indicate. Therefore, the community corrections, as I indicated, it's a window through which you can judge the effectiveness of the programs that were rendered within the centers. And therefore, under community corrections, we have a population of almost 52,000 currently. And I indicated that parolees are those that have served part of their sentence in the center and part of their sentence outside. Therefore, probationers are those that were sentenced straight from the court to communities. Community corrections enhance or increase the provision of programs as rendered in the center to parolees who are within the communities. Therefore, I would like to indicate that the purpose of this presentation is to present the effectiveness of reintegration programs for parolees and probationers and victims of crime, as well as ordinary members of the society that are being rendered in order to decrease the relapse rate from the communities to the center. It is also to present success rates of offenders' reintegration into society and reduction in recidivism, and especially the youth. That is slide 3. The offender reintegration programs are linked to this year's strategic outcome, and also it is informed by Chapter 6 of the Correctional Services Act, specifically Section 61, from subsection 1 up to 4.5. Therefore, successful reintegration and socio-economic empowerment is the strategic outcome for COM. This year is implementing the following offender reintegration programs for parolees and probationers. Socio-economic empowerment projects, restorative justice, and outreach programs. Reintegration of youth offenders is fundamental to the reduction of reoffending and crime in the country. That is slide 5. To affirm its position on the reintegration of youth offenders, the Department of Correctional Services has entered into a memorandum of understanding with various stakeholders, amongst others the National Youth Development Agency, for program services as relevant to the question raised by the portfolio committee. Various programs are offered to probationers, parolees, and victims of crime, which include digital program for the 4th Industrial Revolution. The DCS facilitates various economic opportunities, employment, operational training, entrepreneurship for parolees, probationers, and victims of crime to enhance employability of entrepreneurship as well. It is important also to indicate that the victims of crime include both your direct victims and indirect victims, or primary or secondary victims. Your primary victims are those that are directly affected by car crime, and the indirect one are those that are affected but broadly within the community by crime. But we also take the broader communities into this program. We do the following programs: plant project production, leadership, welding skills programs, plumbing skills programs, end user computer skills programs, new venture creation skills programs, and extended public works programs. These are programs that are continuing as I'm talking to you. The success of economic opportunities. This year managed to facilitate 621 economic opportunities for parolees and probationers by the end of the 24-25 financial year, and 4,544 for victims of crime. Some parolees and probationers are employed and some own their own businesses. Parolees and probationers who acquire occupational skills are more likely to be employed or venture into entrepreneurship. They receive accredited certificates that can be showcased to potential employers. Plumbing, welding, and plant production are in-demand skills, increasing the likelihood of securing employment. Acquiring new skills helps boost parolees and probationers' confidence and self-esteem, which assist them to feel more positive about their future and not to offend. It is also important to indicate that these programs historically were not offered for parolees and probationers. The Department of Correctional Services used to focus much on those that are inside, but not those that are on payroll, the 52 to 54,000 that I mentioned there. Therefore, we came out based on the Correctional Services Act with this initiative in order to enhance the reintegration of parolees and probationers into the community, as well as enhancing and empowering victims of crime so that they feel accepted, so that they don't tend to be of perpetrators. Community initiatives programs restore relations between the community offenders and build trust between the community and offenders. They are humanitarian, poverty alleviation by nature, and e.g. labor for building houses for poor, refurbishment of schools and furniture, and cleaning of parks. The success rate of community initiative, the participation of parolees and probationers in community initiative develops their skills provide reparation for the crimes they committed, and DCS has managed to increase participation of parolees and probationers in community initiative to 19,709. It is important to indicate that these community initiatives and projects are done to repair the harm caused by the commission of crime and also restore relationship between their communities and themselves as perpetrators. DCS provide a platform for public involvement, education, and participation through individual and community engagement. All this is done under the branch community corrections, which social reintegration falls under. The success of outreach programs for 2024-2025 financial year, DCS managed to conduct 782 outreach programs and in resource as such. Created a platform for traditional leaders to engage and interact with youth offenders and terrorism statistics. And we also signed a memorandum of understanding with the National House of Traditional Leaders in order to have their traditional council premises as community service centers, because we need to go back to the basics in terms of the model of supervision. This year partnered with various stakeholders to promote rehabilitation and reintegration and minimize reoffending. Created a community participation platform for the integrated crime and violence strategy through community corrections forums. Maintained and managed ambassador program where we use the ex-offenders and those who are on parole in order to discourage the commission of crimes in various schools. Normally we target your troubled schools, and then take those that were inside our centers to go and encourage young ones not to look at our centers as five-star hotels, because we always say those who look at five-star hotels, at our institutions as five-star hotels, it's either they've never been in a five-star hotel or in our institutions. Therefore, these offenders assist in relation to discouraging these young ones in relation to the commission of crime. The integrated parolees and probationers who do not have a monitorable address and support system to be back into their communities, we create a transition institution called the halfway house or community-based residential facility. Which of course currently, yes, we might have challenges to have enough community-based residential facilities due to certain aspects that can be discussed later. Restorative justice, South Africa's approach to correctional management and community correctional supervision is based on the principle of restoration and corrections. And the success in relation to restorative justice program in the financial year 2024-2025, the number of offenders, parolees, and probationers who participated in restorative justice program, victim offender mediation dialogue is 4,544. And 13,559 is the number of victims who participated in the same programs. It is important to indicate that the department has taken a stand in relation to victims, that the department has become victim-centric. As I indicated that we don't need the victims to turn into perpetrators or to be offenders. Therefore, we need to have their interest at heart by creating opportunities for employment. Therefore, that is the number of victims that we have engaged in empowerment programs. In conclusion, National Commissioner, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the reintegration of offenders under the system of community correction provide parolees and probationers an opportunity to lead a socially responsible and crime-free life. The Department of Correctional Services has made huge strides in providing critical programs to victims of crimes, parolees, and probationers. I would like to end my presentation here by saying thank you. Very well.
National Commissioner, do you want to add to the both presentations that were made by your team or further elaborate on them?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Not at this stage.
Okay, noted. DM?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning once more to yourselves. I think we're fine. Just to put an emphasis that part of what we're doing as a department in terms of the services that we're providing, like the first presenter has indicated, that we've partnered with stakeholders, we've partnered with the ward councillors, as we were busy with Youth Month and also with the community Child Protection Week. We've been giving a school uniform, which is done by our own offenders in Gauteng region, the Johannesburg region, where we've given school uniforms in 102, where we've partnered with the councillor and also with the stakeholders there that we were cleaning, and also in Tabatsetla, in Naledi Soweto on the 19th of June. So we're just saying where we're building these relations with communities so that reintegration to communities is properly done and they're acceptable to our communities. I'll just mention those few. And in terms of those VODs that are there, community being involved, your families that are affected and those victims, it is quite key. And I think they've touched on the issues of the SSSF, where we're saying those that works in our farms, we need more security personnel in terms of dealing with that, because the hours that are being served they are quite minimal. We would wish to go more, and even on weekends or holidays we must just deal with that, but with the restrictions of the resources we have, it poses a challenge. Thank you very much, Chair. That would be my submission.
Thank you so much, DM. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fine. No, I think at this moment, I don't have to add anything. Take note of the challenges. So again, we know that there are challenges, but I think the presentation actually dealt comprehensively with the matter and the issue. So I don't have anything to add at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you so much to the department led by the Minister, DM and the National Commissioner for both presentations that were made to the Portfolio Committee. I will therefore now invite members of the Portfolio Committee to seek clarity from the presentation, equally make submissions to the presentation. Members?
My hand is up, Chair.
Your hand is not up, Honorable Sokop. Ms. James, you will start. Engel, you will follow. Honorable Sokopo, you will be the third. Mrs. Ngaba, you'll be the fourth. So I'll take it. These are the hands.
My hand is always up. It's always up here.
It was not up, Honorable Moela. It's now up. You will follow Mrs. Ngaba. Ms. James, you can then proceed, and I hope you feel much better now.
I do. Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to the Minister, the DM, and the National Executive. I want to ask, we mentioned that there are partnerships with stakeholders. I want to ask if you can mention in the Western Cape, who are these stakeholders? And I'm asking this because we know that in the Western Cape, the rollies are running amok in terms of being repeat offenders. I also want to ask, you mentioned community correction forums. Now, there's a huge difference in having these forums and having functional and active forums. I must be honest, this was the first time I heard about these forums. I want to ask, do you how do you place these forums and ensure that they are active in line with communities where you have parolees sort of causing chaos? How do you measure the effectiveness, and how do you establish, are they established in communities where they are most needed? I also want to ask, what is the composition of the community correction forums? So how many has been established? Like I said, not all, you mentioned the report is sort of a blanket approach. So we could say that we have centers and we have skills development centers. Not all the centers actually have these programs in place. Which is your least and most under-resourced centers in terms of these programs? And I'd also like to say that in future, maybe if we can have that slideshow, instead of just saying we have programs at our centers, so that we can maybe see out of 10 centers, we have programs at 5 centers, and we still need to establish programs at the other centers. I also find that
Ms.
sometimes, yes, Chair?
I didn't want to disturb you, but the department is making an indication that they can't hear you. If you could please come closer to the mic.
Okay, can you hear me now, Chief?
I can hear you. Let me get clarity. It's Mama Andronica, are you guys able to hear?
Do you want me to swap? Let me just swap my connection, like swap to another service provider, and then you can maybe come back to me.
No problem, Ms. James. You are back. Engel, you can then proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, extremely audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to see details of these two programs. I've got a couple of questions. In terms of scalability of economic opportunities, now you facilitated 621 economic opportunities in 24-25 financial year. But during the same time, as per the DCS APP, there was 46,686 parolees. Now, if I work it out correctly, this only reached 1.3%. What specific budget increase would be required to scale programs like, for instance, just as an example, welding and plumbing, to cover 30% of parolees in the 2026 financial year? Then about halfway house funding. Halfway houses are critical for high-risk parolees. Why is there no dedicated budget line for this? And how much would it cost to establish, for instance, 5 new halfway houses nationally? Victim support versus the budget. You supported 4,544 victims of crime, yet community corrections receives only 4% of DCS's budget. What interventions could be expected with your current budget allocation? In the slide where the EPWP integration was mentioned, the extension, the EPWP is mentioned, but it's not qualified. How many parolees secured EPWP jobs in the 24-25 years? And what prevents leveraging this state program more aggressively? In terms of the digital skills gap, you referenced digital programs, yet in the end user computer skills reached only 0.2% of parolees. That's 621. Why is this not prioritized? Then coming to rehabilitation programs, only 3,331 youth accessed social work programs, despite the number of 24,837 incarcerated youths. With compulsory education for under 30s, why is participation so low? And does the 2.2 billion rand rehabilitation budget adequately target the youth? In terms of staff, it's clear that the case flow is disrupted by staff shortages, leading to problems at the end of the line, which is obviously parole. Now, it is noted that more psychologists and social workers are needed, yet DCS has funded vacancies. How many rehabilitation posts are vacant? And in terms of including CIOs in the staff microstructure, what is the timeline? Telematics project. The telematics school project is priced for youth engagement. Why is it only available at 2 schools? What would it take to roll this out at all DCS schools? Agriculture and workshops. 4,004 offenders daily participate in agriculture. How much of the 386.5 million rand infrastructure budget supports rehabilitation workshop in terms of farms and workshops? Stakeholder partnerships. You highlight MOUs with universities and NGOs, but what is the annual cost of these partnerships? Is budget stagnation forcing reliance on under-resourced volunteers? Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Honorable Engel. Honorable Sokobo.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues, National Commissioner and his team. Chair, my apologies, I've got flu. Chair, on the social integration, is the department in a position to give us some success stories to date that they could say this is what we have done and this is the outcome of our intervention? I just want to check that, Chair. The second one, Chair, is that listening to this presentation and previous ones, there's an indication, or by now it's a fact that the department is lacking professional social workers and psychologists and so forth. So I want to establish how is the department committing itself to offer need-based rehabilitation programs, considering the challenge of not having these or have a shortage of these skills in the department. Lastly, Chair, what steps will the department take to strengthen its parole monitoring and support system to ensure that parolees are effectively reintegrated into communities, except that's this thing that people go and check, major support, are you home? Okay. No, it did not come. We give him a first warning, a second warning, take him back to prison. What other things are there? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sokobo. Mrs. Ngaba.
I've got 2 questions for community corrections, and then I want to focus on the first presentation. So for community corrections, my questions are just, number 1, what is the total number of parolees and probationers currently in the system? And number 2, can you indicate to us the number that you receive per annum? So yeah, in a year, generally, how many probationers and parolees do you receive? And then now going back to the first presentation, I am disappointed I am underwhelmed, and I'm also concerned by what we saw from DCS. And in particular, when you look at the challenges, so you're telling us that you've got an insufficient number of professionals, right? But who is going to fund more professionals? For example, who's going to fund more psychologists when 25% of your currently funded is vacant? 10% of your currently funded social workers is vacant. You can't make a case for more funding for those things if you can't even fill the ones that you do have funded. The other problem that I think is very much self-imposed, you say on your challenges slide, short working hours by offenders and the shift patterns affects agricultural operations. They are in your custody 24/7. Who must change the working hours? I don't understand, just the lack of focus from the department on these issues. The other thing on the challenges is you mentioned that there's an underutilization of natural resources due to lack of security fence and perimeter fence. I told you last week when we were looking at your infrastructure programs, you don't have any perimeter fences in your program this year or next year, and you've only got one in the third year after that. This perimeter fencing issue is a real one, but you seem to have no sense of urgency to address it. And then the last thing I also want to say is, in the absence of monitoring and evaluation, how do you even assess which part of your rehabilitation program is successful? Where do you need to invest? Where do you need to maybe do a rethink or a revamp? It's not, to me, all of this looks like a bit of a shambles. So we also need to remember that all of this happens within the broader context of the challenges you face, and we are all aware of those challenges. Last week, you said to us, you have 950 million rand budgeted for inmate food. Then 2 days ago, I saw an article that says, no, you've got 1.2 billion for inmate food. The same article said, actually, last year you spent 1.5 billion on inmate food. So we can already see that this year you are going to have shortfalls on inmate food. And my guess is you're going to make that up by taking money out of these other programs. You won't fund your psychologists, etc., because you need it for your core functions. So my last question is to both the minister and to the national commissioner. The deputy minister is welcome to add if she has thoughts. My question really is this: is it time to reconsider whether you guys have the bandwidth for rehabilitation as a mandate? It is an important mandate. These offenders are coming into our communities and we want them to reintegrate. But the facts on the ground suggest to me you're already having trouble with the core function of incarcerating people, keeping the community safe. You can't even do that part. Should this be your mandate? Are you revisiting it? Are you having conversations, honest conversations within your department and with cabinet colleagues about whether you can even do rehabilitation actually? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Ngaba. Honorable Moela. Before you come
Okay,
in,
thank you, Chair.
come in, Moela. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes. Are you back?
Yes, Chair.
You are back.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I audible?
You are audible. You will come immediately after Honorable Moela.
Thank you.
Honorable Moela, you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, greetings to the minister and the DM and the NC in the platform and DCS officials in the platform, honorable members. Let me also welcome both presentations from the DCS.
Moela? Honorable Moela? Am I the only one?
No, Chair. Honorable Mela's network.
Yeah, Asimuzwa, Chair.
Yeah.
Honorable Moela? Samuel.
Seeing and drastic improvement with regard to restorative justice participants through the
Uyephi siya? Siya uMoela uyephi?
Chair, I think the network has kicked out Honorable Moela. I'll try and get hold of him, Chair. And he's here, Chair, but he's here.
Yeah,
But
I'm back. I've got a serious network problems because I'm in the villages. I'm sorry, Chairperson.
Honorable Moela, let me allow Ms. James and you find
Okay.
your...
Am I audible?
You are audible.
Okay, thank you. Let me just go straight to my questions. The first questions, considering that social reintegration is an integral part of the sentence plan, that must become part and parcel of case management. And with the understanding that social reintegration is seen as the most challenging aspect of rehabilitation, how does the department use the incarceration period to nurture and rebuild the relationship between the offender and the community society at large? What is the department's approach to this particular matter? The second question, the white paper underscores the need for inmate involvement in poverty alleviation projects and that payment for all labor performed should be aligned with government policy on wage level. Does the department have inmates participating in such projects and earning and remuneration? What is the average remuneration and how is it facilitated? Where are the projects located with regard to this particular matter? The last question, what has been the tangible results of the partnerships with stakeholders such as NYDA, National Media Institute of South Africa, the House of Traditional Leaders, and the Kara Heritage Institution in offering rehabilitation and reintegration programs? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moela. Ms. James, you can come in.
Thank you so much, Chair. Okay, I want to start again. I just want to ask, do we have a list of stakeholders? And I'm going to use the Western Cape as a reference point because I often find that when we get these presentations, it's a very blanket approach and there's no actual case studies that can give us the reassurance that these programs are actually effective. So I wanted to, do we have a list of stakeholders just in the Western Cape as a reference point? I also want to know how active and effective are the community correction forums and what is the composition of that forum? Do we have community members serving on there? I also want you to give me a case study. And I also said that not all your programs has the necessary resources that needed for an effective program. We saw this at some of the centers where we visited, where we found that, yes, there's a bakery, but there's no tools and there's no equipment in this bakery. So when we say that we have X amount of skills development centers, we have X amount of programs, we have those programs that have many loopholes. So I'd like to know of these programs at the centers, how many of them aren't fully capacitated with the needed resources? Now, I think everyone knows that I'm going to get to this question. You mentioned that you have a substance abuse program running, right? Most of the centers that we visited, you did not have a substance abuse program. You did not even have drug rehabilitation tests. When I got a response, when I asked, do you do testing for substance abuse? There was a blanket approach saying, yes, we do an assessment when these inmates come into our centers, but they test for your HIV and your other diseases. Most times you don't have tests and you don't conduct blood tests to ensure what substance they're on. I want to ask, what costs, what is the budget allocation for your substance abuse programs? How many at your centers, do you have it at all the centers? Do you have it at a few centers? I also want to ask, how do you measure effectiveness of these programs? I found that the last time when we did oversight, I actually had to request Minister for register because I asked, how do you know how many people's attending this program every day? And I also recall at one stage the Minister said that when he does these, when he receives these applications for parole, often he'll have to send it back because there'll be reports from social workers that's missing in these dockets. So that is a concern for me because how are we tracking the participation and the attendance and the effectiveness of these programs if we don't even have the needed documentation in these files? Then you sort of have a case where when the file gets sent back, instead of having monitored someone for over a period of time, you have a social worker stepping in and having a few sessions, maybe over a month, just for the sake of completing a report, but the person hasn't been monitored. Why? Because we have pieces of paper all over DCS that actually records the participation of these inmates. I also want to ask, since you are running the substance abuse program, and we know that substance abuse is a huge challenge in all our centers, I want to ask, if you are running these programs, what is your drug of the prevalent drug in these that you are picking up? What drugs are trending? Do you have more Nyalpe users? Do you have more TIF users? Do you have more CAT users? And what are your detox programs that you have in place? The last time we did our oversight, I found that in your I don't know what even to call it. You don't have a psych ward, you don't separate, you find that all your mental patients are basically kept in the same room. I want to ask, how effective are these substance abuse programs? To date, I have asked several times. In fact, at the last meeting with the executive, I made mention of the fact that DCS, and I really don't want the executive to lie because I've done my research. I asked if DCS not as a program that, by the way, squeezes in substance abuse. I asked, do you have your mini drug master plan that is rolled out at all your centers? And I asked this week we commemorate International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking. Do you have any programs in place, especially this week, at any of your centers? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. James. I would equally want to chip in as well on questions or clarities from the department. I haven't asked questions in a long time. Given that overcrowding remains a major challenge in the department, that we know it's not entirely of the departmental doing, but in efforts of rehabilitation, what measures does the department have in place to ensure an effective rehabilitation that Mrs. Molepo would have echoed on when she was presenting? And what are the indicators in place that signals or makes an indication that we do have effective rehabilitation? And on the presentation, presentation 1 that was made by Mrs. Molepo frames the use of offender labor as a challenge, detailing that inmates only work up to 5 hours or a minimum of 5 hours, noting that offender labor is intended for rehabilitation purposes. What is the policy on the use of offender labor as it pertains to the self-sufficiency strategy? The third clarity that I would need as well as that given the number of suicides or attempted suicides that you get and the general rate of recidivism, how effective is the program on psychological or spiritual or even religious counseling that you would have alluded to or made a presentation on? And my last clarity would be on the post establishments, the number of post establishments that you would have spoken to. And I will base this argument on the presentation previously that was presented to the Portfolio Committee in 2022, National Commissioner, and what you presented then in 2022 and what it's been presented now on post-establishment there's no difference. There isn't at all, which makes an indication or a possibility that most of these posts have been vacant for the past 3 or plus, yes, let's say 3 years, because of 2022 up until now, 2025, 3 years. What are the reasons for us not being able to effectively deal with some of these vacancies, especially since that they speak to the post-establishment of the department? So those are my clarities. Members would have touched on most of what I wanted to speak to, but I would leave it here. Perhaps when you clarify some of these things, I would equally come back on the follow-up. Minister, you can then be able to respond to the clarities and questions that members have seeked or raised. Is the minister still on the platform, Sia?
I am, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me? I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, firstly, from my side, I want to say, and I think that was a question from Honorable James, specifically referring to parolees and my view on that and the rehabilitation success. Now, firstly, we must understand one thing. The parolees I work with are lifers. And I said it before that, yes, you can have a parolee or an applicant for parole that went through all the courses, all the rehabilitation courses and the whole process. But then you get certain psychologist reports, you get criminologist reports, and in those reports, it is then determined what is the risk of the applicant for reoffending. And it also links up with your question, Honorable Chair, on recidivism and the success rate. But I do believe it's not only for lifers you've asked it. The NC can respond on the others. And I said before that if the risk is mild to high, I do not approve, because that means that there's a good chance for reoffending for that specific applicant. And I'm not a psychologist, but they know even if a person went through all rehabilitation processes, that in that person and in his psychologist composition, he or she will still reoffend. And that is my response to that. I think in overall, again, and there are specific questions on the budget, and from the side of the department, from the National Commissioner, they can answer that. But I said before we started with the answers, look at the challenges. And again, I say, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members, we have serious budget constraints. You will remember last week when we had the APP, we also said that And I will say it every time. If you take the last 5 years, we had the budget cut of about 11.7 billion rand. But still, we have to ensure that there are certain minimum standards in terms of legislation. There was a question about the fencing. There are facilities with not proper fencing. We can continue with that list. We can go and look at our facilities as the centers itself. It is also linked to overcrowding. We need more correctional centers, but we don't have the money for that. Even if you look at the maintenance, and I'm not going to repeat all those problems, DPWI and other budget constraints. So that's why I said at numerous occasions in the committee that we need your support. Next week, we are going to have the budget debate. And I do hope that from the side of the honorable members, that we will also hear that they support DCS and ask that we are receiving more money in terms of our budget. Because if you also start mentioning that in the National Assembly and in debates, then the message will go through. It's not that we're trying to hide behind the fact that we have these budget constraints. But realities are realities, Honorable Chair. If there is no money, then there is no money. But I will leave it to the National Commissioner to explain better in terms of the budget and the application of that to specific programs on the questions that has been asked. Thank you, Honorable Chair. That's from my side.
Thank you so much, Minister. DM?
Thank you very much, Chair. I will not respond to many issues. The NC and the team will deal with those. But there was an issue why the telemetrics program was only available in 2 schools. I think our presentation was clear that we've just started with it and we've partnered with the Stellenbosch University, and it shall be rolled out once resources are available. It's correct what the minister is saying in terms of us having suffered budget cuts. Some of the good programs that we would wish to implement, we don't have enough resources to roll it out to all our facilities. I think it's a matter that we would do if we had those means. And then in terms of the partnership, what it cost, I'll leave it there to administration because it needs a bit of a detail. And in terms of why the case flow, the shortages of staff, I think even when we were presenting last in the portfolio, we've mentioned that the understaffing was when there was moratorium, then it was uplifted, we advertised, and we started filling those critical vacancies that are needed. And the department has suffered in terms of filling those vacancies. But also we mentioned that there are adverts that are out there in terms of filling those vacancies, but still it's not enough in terms of the cuts that we have suffered. And then in terms of the issues the suicide or attempted suicide, they will also deal with that. But in terms of the inmate population vis-a-vis those attempted or those that were suicidal, I think as DCS, we provided a report also that elaborates more in details in terms of those that died in our incarceration. Some of them are those that are of a special case, like your mental patients. Some of them, it's not classified as a suicide. That is why maybe it's attempt suicide, but there are details of that. I think the administration will assist us in that. The issue of the drugs, we are really suffering. We've just seen the search that was conducted over the weekend at Odi by the NC and the team there. How many drugs were found and in our system, and the National Commissioner was very clear to say we're going to be charging people, because administratively also those that are responsible in those centers, we allowed this process of smuggling because it was too much. And we've seen some nyaupes, we've seen some mandrakes there that said he found on those. But it is a serious challenge, and the issues that maybe DRC will deal with it in terms of how do we test them? Because some of them, you see them when they are within our system, they start having withdrawal symptoms. And at our clinic, they've responded that we don't have a focused program in dealing with those, but there is referrals where we're dealing with those that have withdrawal symptoms. They are put in a process of detoxing. But remember, correctional service, we are correctional service. We are not dealing with programs that Department of Health will deal with in terms of taking them like to your rehabilitation centers, in terms of dealing with it completely. They just do a bit of management and refer them to the professionals also that are within the department and the surroundings to further deal with those that are abusing drugs within our system. But the fight, that is why we're searching, because we don't want drugs within our system, and we don't want any contrabands being smuggled. But it's quite difficult also to deal with that, with also the limited number of men on boots patrolling, and especially at night where our shift is a bit, the number is a bit lower. And that is why those on time to time unannounced searches, it assists us in terms of curbing or preventing smuggling of those drugs within that. I think I will end there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diam. National Commissioner and your team there in the boardroom. Angisayibona boardroom. Isasekhona?
Yes, Chair, we are here. Can I proceed, Chair?
Please lead the process.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and much appreciation to the questions and comments from the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Let me also thank the Minister and the DM for providing preludes to the responses and also responding to some of the questions that were asked. Chair, the landscape of correctional services as it stands has standing, I would call, conditions that we have consistently presented to the portfolio committee. And they are the following, just to mention maybe one or two. The first one is that we have indicated that our staff establishment has not been growing. And in fact, we are expected to reduce because we are expected to implement the human resource budget and planning tool imposed on us by DPSA and Treasury. At the same time, our population has been growing consistently. If we go back 6 months ago, we would have been sitting at something like 157,000 in terms of the population. Now we're at 162. Yes, I agree also with honorable members on that point that the department needed to move with speed in filling the vacant post, especially for professionals and also technical skills that we need for us to be able to implement rehabilitation and correctional programs. But I thought I must just start first by mentioning this condition that we operate under. The second one is the one that the minister did also emphasize, the fact that also on the budget side, we have not been growing. Instead, our budget has been cut, and the cuts affected priority areas. For instance, if we are to talk about facilities, we have presented to the portfolio committee that the cuts that we experienced on facilities are more than 10 billion over a period of 5 years. Now, we have to reprioritize in the context of these conditions. If I may talk about the issue of state patients, mental health patients, we know that we have been trying to work with the Department of Health to ensure that those that are not supposed to be in our care, because we are not specialized to take care of such, should be, accommodated in psychiatric hospitals. It's another condition that we sit with, and unfortunately, it stretches our resources. It stretches the capability of our healthcare professionals, our psychologists, and social workers. So I thought, Honorable Chairperson, I should just start by mentioning those conditions. We do all the work that we are doing in the context of those conditions. And yes, they lead to us not being able to operate optimally as we are supposed to. The issue of Honorable Chairperson, I will then go straight to the responses. Overcrowding limits the extent to which we do rehabilitation, because if I may answer it from the point of view of facilities, we have limited facilities, and the numbers continue to grow. So we have to schedule in a manner that we are able to touch each and every offender on the basis of the sentence plan that is developed when an offender is received as a sentenced offender. So the extent of our reach and the speed of our reach is dictated to by the human resources we have and the extent of our facilities. The issue of the use of offender labor, it is a matter that flows from the Correctional Services Act, and it is linked to rehabilitation and correctional programs. We are indicating that we have to balance the shift pattern that we have, and basically that has to do with the number of officials that would have been scheduled to work during a particular shift, and also at the same time, the number of inmates that have to participate in the programs, in our workshops, in our agricultural farms. For both these activities to take place, you don't only need to deploy those that specialize as, for instance, agricultural technologies. You also have to deploy security. But at the same time, a correctional facility will have a number of movements. Some are going to court, some are going to hospitals, some are going to attend the psychologist classes, social work classes, others go to the local clinic within. So you have to balance those numbers and the activities and the movements that are taking place. And that affects the number of hours that you can be able to have, for instance, inmates out there in the farm. And obviously in the morning before they go, you need to make it a point that they take their ration, and also in the afternoon, and also for the night. So we are raising this as a challenge because, especially for the work in farms, we would have liked to be in a position where offenders go to the farms early in the morning, because farm work dictates that you start very early in the morning. But because of the movements, as I've explained, and security limitations, we end up taking inmates to the farms after 8 o'clock, after they would have also taken their morning rations. It would be ideal to have a shift that starts very early in the morning, dedicated only to self-sufficiency and sustainability. But the shift that starts early in the morning, as we normally do, is dedicated to all other movements, as I've indicated, including making it a point that offenders make it in time to the courts. I think I've dealt with the issue of the vacant post. The CDC, when she was presenting, did indicate that we are on a drive now to fill vacant positions, especially vacant positions below senior management service, and vacant positions that are technical to the work that we do as correctional services. There is a running advert now on agricultural technicians, and we did run adverts that closed around April on psychologists and social workers. This we are able to do because we were able to finalize the macro structure, and we were able to engage with Treasury and DPSA on the need for us to fill these positions, in as much as we are required to comply with the reduction principles that are carried by the HRBP tool. On the issue of the drug master plan, we do participate in the planning, the review, the development on a 5-year basis of the drug master plan, the national drug master plan for the country. We have indicators in the national drug master plan that have to do with our environment as correctional services. We implement those indicators, and we do report on those indicators. And Honorable Chairperson, I want to underline the issue of the drug master plan as raised by Honorable James consistently on whether we have, as correctional services, our own drug master plan, and indicate that it's an issue that we are looking into, in as much as we contribute, participate, and implement our indicators as they are encapsulated in the National Drug Master Plan. On the specifics with regards to the substance abuse programs, drug rehabilitation programs, I would request that the CDC deals with those. But to indicate that, yes, we work very closely with the Department of Social Development and the Department of Health in dealing with the issues that has to do with drug rehabilitation and substance abuse programs. Honorable Moela raised the issue of our specific or the specific project that we're implementing with NYDA and other partners, I will request that the acting DC Nesengani deal with those. We do pay inmates stipends when they work in our workshops and when they work in our agricultural farms. These stipends are regulated and we get approval from National Treasury in terms of the amounts that we pay the inmates. Those amounts are utilized for them to be able to buy what they need from the local kiosks at correctional facilities. The other question that the Honorable Moela asked is, how do we, in implementing social reintegration programs, how do we make it a point that offenders, we build a relationship between offenders and the community? We have a number of community outreach programs. We engage schools, the cleaning of schools and repairing the infrastructure. We utilize offenders and parolees. We have a program of building houses for child-headed families and families that cannot afford. We use parolees. We also use offenders in doing that. For instance, even now, when we are experiencing floods when we have experienced floods in the Eastern Cape, we bring our offenders in to assist with cleaning, to assist with repairs that are needed, and also parolees. And that has actually made community members see that there is actually good work that we are doing in terms of ensuring that we reorientate our offenders to see the good in themselves that they can then apply when they interact with communities as compared to engaging in crime. I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that we are not going to take an allocation for compensation of employees and utilize that allocation to make up for the allocation on food rations. We are on record having indicated that we've changed the meal plan, and that was meant to realize savings. We're in the process of reviewing the prices for food rations, and we did report to the minister, as we were required to by the minister, on how we are doing that. And the essence is basically to ensure that we realize savings and the department is not spending more than what it's supposed to spend on specific items. The question of whether, as a system, we have the required capacity to implement rehabilitation programs. Our answer to it is that we have the capacity to the extent of the plans that we put in place as the department. So basically, we are cutting the cloth to the size, to what we can be able to do. Ideally, as we have indicated, if we were provided with more resources as compared to even other justice crime prevention and security departments, we would be able to do more. But as it stands, given the increase on the numbers of the inmates and the issue that I raised when I started my response, Honorable Chairperson, we can only do much with what we have to the extent of the plans that we have put in place. When acting DC Nesengani was presenting, he indicated that there are programs that we introduced that we did not have in the past. We introduced those programs without increasing the numbers of the employees we have. On the remand detention side, we never had life skills programs. We introduced life skills programs in the financial year 2021-2022. But we didn't have an increase of our employees. We saw it important for us to introduce the life skills programs because remand detainees were not taken through any program at all. We were just incarcerating them and taking them to court, and they would start those engagements only when they are sentenced. So we are trying to ensure that we have impact where it matters most with the resources that we have. The issue of parameter fences, we did address it last week to indicate that we are even looking at a technological solution to that. And I have been briefed that the simulation exercises were done. The costs have also been crystallized. It's a matter that is being finalized between facilities and finance with regards to targeting those centers where we really need to ensure that we can be able to deploy visual fences. We have costed how much we will have to allocate to fence off correctional facilities. Again, it is a program or those projects we cannot afford to implement given the allocation on facilities. There was also a question from Honorable Ngaba on who's going to fund more psychologists, the post. We are filling the post as I have indicated, albeit the problems that we faced of having to go through freezing of posts and then also the HRBP tool. The figures that are on slide number, what's the slide on the post? The figures that are on slide number 19 on the first presentation, with time, Honorable Chairperson, monitoring the filling of vacancies, we will see an improvement with regards to those. Honorable Sokopo asked the question about the success stories on social reintegration. We used to have a program that was even aired on television called Corrections. But because of budget constraints, we had to discontinue the program. The focus of the program was mainly to showcase parolees that have been successfully socially integrated, are economically active, to the extent of even employing other parolees or other members of the community. So we do have those success stories, and as a consideration, we will then have to utilize our social media platforms to do the same thing we're doing with the program of the television program that I'm referring to. But we do have those success stories. It's just how do we package them, and we can package them and present them to the portfolio committee. Well, yes, the offering of our programs and the reach is limited to the extent of the numbers of psychologists and social workers we have. The rehabilitation programs and the correctional programs, as it was presented, there are those that are offered on a need basis, meaning that there would be an assessment of our psychologists and social workers in the context of a sentence plan. And then a program will then be tailored for that offender or for that group or category of offenders, because these programs are offered on a one-on-one basis, and others are offered as group programs. The issue of the steps that we take to strengthen monitoring, we also, with the relationships that we build in communities, engage force multipliers like the SAPS, because when the parolees go, when we admit parolees, we submit the list to the local police station. We engage the councillors, the ward councillors, we engage the traditional leaders and also the CPF. So what we are basically doing is to say it's not only the responsibility of correctional services to reintegrate these parolees. We partner with community, non-governmental and governmental structures that are on the ground. Apart from that, we do offer support to parolees that will be going out to look for jobs. We give them letters of motivation. We also even engage with the potential employers to give them assurance that this is a parolee that really needs to be given an opportunity to prove that they can work and be productive. There was a question asked by Honorable Engelbrecht on the cost of MOUs. Basically, we enter into MOUs with an understanding that the costs are traditional to our availability as officials of the Department of Correctional Services in our normal daily work activities, meaning that there is no specific funding set aside. If we sign an MOU, for instance, with NYDA, we will have specific funding set aside to say this is the money that will go to the NYDA. We utilize the current resources that we have, the plans, and then we say to partners, this is what we have planned to do. These are the resources that we are employing as the department in implementing these plans on our own. Please join us with your resources so that we can amplify or have more impact in implementing the plans that we have. So as a result, our MOUs are not costing us any extra allocation or budget. There was also a question asked about how much is the facilities budget, how much of the facilities budget is spent on rehabilitation. We have a program that we call Own Resources. That's where we allocate a budget to regions, and offenders with our artisans are then utilized to do repairs and reconditioning of our workshops and also our agricultural farms. And that allocation is the allocation that is there that we can then deduce to a contribution to rehabilitation programs, because, and also we build our own or recondition facilities to have classrooms where we don't have classrooms in correctional facilities. So we can provide the figures, Honorable Chairperson. One does not have them at the moment, to say out of that allocation, what is the specific amount? The amounts that we have, because we are also with the CFO here in the boardroom, the amounts that we have is how much is allocated to which region for own resources projects. Those are the ones that we can readily avail before the meeting folds. There was a question about rehabilitation posts, how many are vacant. The CDC, as she gives the details, I will request that she speaks to that. The number of parolees who access the expanded public works program, the acting DC, I will request that he also addresses that. Also the issue of halfway house funding, if we were to establish 5 halfway houses, how much roughly would that cost? We would want to substantially reach each and every offender that is in our custody with regards to rehabilitation and correctional programs. what we are able to do, as I've indicated, Honorable Chairperson, is to engage them on the basis of the sentence plans and to the required standards of those sentence plans. The numbers that we are reporting are the numbers based on, especially on specialized programs, like for instance, Matric, are the numbers that are based on how many we have been able to recruit, how many have gone through the school program, the basic education program. Because to get a specific number of matriculants that you draw from those that would have passed, is that grade 11, grade 10, grade 8. So it's a build-up. That's why as we continue with the years, we increase the number of matriculants. And that's why we are establishing more schools, because we have set for ourselves as the department to say, when you are under the age of 35, you should be involved in some educational program, basic educational program, basic educational program. So that's what we are trying to do in terms of improving on the numbers. That's why in this financial year we launched a school in Standerton, at the Standerton management area, and as years go by, we will continue to increase the capacity. Also, given the number of educators we will be having in the system as we continue. So the scalability of economic opportunities and the scalability of the participation of inmates in specific specialized programs will continue to be an issue, given the extent of our reach and the resources that are at our disposal as the department in implementing those programs. Honorable Chairperson, I would stop there and through you, Honorable Chairperson, request the other colleagues who, especially those who presented, to provide specific responses to the questions that I did not touch on, so that we don't have a repetition of what one would have said or what the minister and the deputy minister would have said in leading us on the responses. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Minister and Deputy Minister.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Who is coming to speak on where you would not have touched on? Mrs. Molepo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Minister, DM, and National Commissioner. I am going to respond on the substance abuse program, in addition to what the Minister and the SNC have already responded, to say we are presenting those substance abuse program. As I've indicated, one of them is under correctional programs, which is a non-therapeutic program. The other one is being rendered by social workers, which is a therapeutic program on substance abuse. And as indicated that we are responding to the National Drug Master Plan, we do have those indicators in terms of the number of offenders attending substance abuse program. I'll just make an example that in 23-24, we had around 14,010 sentenced offenders, probationers and parolees who participated in substance abuse services and programs. So we submit those numbers to the Department of Social Development. And we also have about 27 NGOs that are quality assured, and they are rendering substance abuse programs in our 6 regions. The other issue is also in terms of harm reduction that we are currently implementing. And we have also partnered with the University of Cape Town with regard to training on the ASSIST tool. There is a web-based tool that they have introduced. It's called ASSIST, that is the alcohol, smoking, and substance involvement screening test. So it is an assist project that we are currently working with the department with the University of Cape Town, and they have trained our master trainers within the department. So we are currently working on that web-based to ensure that it is also working within our facilities, and we implement that web-based system that is the assist tool that is going to screen all those substance abuse for them to attend the substance abuse program. With regards to the post-establishment, NC have already indicated there was an advert with regards to social workers and psychologists. So the recruitment process is underway. We will be filling those positions. And we are also working with the Department of Social Development because they are intending to appoint social workers for the department, but that process is still underway. So we are working with the Department of Social Development with regards to social workers and also social auxiliary workers, that is the social service professionals. But within the department, we have advertised for filling the positions of social workers. The other one, as I've indicated, with regard to stakeholder collaboration, I think there was a question with regard to the annual cost of partnership to say we develop MOUs with those NGOs that are rendering services, but we do not, in terms of budget, we do not allocate budget for those stakeholders. They render their services in partnership with us without any costs. The only cost that will be incurred within the department, I'll just make an example, like from UNISA when they visit other correctional centers in terms of marketing and assisting our offenders to register. The only cost that will be incurred by us, it will be in terms of the subsistence and traveling allowance for our officials, but the UNISA will be catering for themselves. So that is with regard to our partnership, the partnerships that we have signed, the MOUs that we have signed, we do not incur costs with regard to those NGOs that are rendering rehabilitation programs to us. Chair, I think from my side, that would be all, as we've already responded to other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Molapo, the acting CDC.
Thank you, Chairperson, NC, the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I will start with the question that talks to the issue of the number of parolees. The number of parolees within the system of community corrections. I have answered that when I started my presentation as 52,795. And we must understand that the numbers escalate in terms of the years and in terms of others are coming in and others are being released. In terms of per year, how many are we admitting? I would indicate to the portfolio committee that we are admitting in fluctuation 29,556. On a monthly basis, fluctuation is 2,463. That comes from from subs to from the centers to the system of community corrections. That is averaging because the number fluctuates time and again. Then that is in relation to the number of parolees and probationers that we release. Probationers, we have got 7,043, and therefore parolees we have got 45,752. That is in answering that particular question. And then in relation to the question to stakeholders, I guess partly it has been answered, but one needed specifics in terms of what is that NYDA is doing with the Department of Correctional Services. I would like to indicate that the National Youth Development Agency, in collaboration with the Department of Labor, was involved in welding, plumbing, and end-user computer for those projects. And they were providing stipend for all the trainees who were there. And let's bear in mind that this training does not only focus on police and probationers, it also focuses on victims and ordinary members of the society. Then we had the partnership with Agri, which we're focusing on agriculture, the utilization of agricultural land in order to have plant production leadership, also with a stipend. Then we have the Fear-Free Life, where they are busy with new venture creation skills program. We have, and all these programs, most of them were funded, the Fear-Free Life by SACITA. Then you have the Extended Public Works Project in partnership with IDT, understanding that the Public Works has given this program to IDT, and then we have almost 150 that are involved into the program. And the cell phone repairs in partnership with the MISA, Value Invest of Technology, and Human and HCLS, and also the biodiversity partnership, which even recently 25 of those have graduated from it under Meals on Wheels. That is the partnership. We're talking about partnerships that have been formalized, where there are MOUs that have been signed by the executives. And then we have the Metronics that is dealing with issues of aluminium development in the Northern Cape, Free State Northern Cape region. And these programs, they run all over the country. We are not specific in terms of where they are run, or maybe in Gauteng. They are run all over Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State Northern Cape. I think in terms of the partnerships, I would answer that question that way. In relation to how do we strengthen what intervention I expected in relation to victims, let me indicate that the department has made some strides in relation to victim support. The department has managed also to appoint almost 52 social auxiliary workers in order to assist these victims on in relation to their support systems. And that has contributed immensely in us meeting the targets in terms of our indicators on victims' participations in the programs. Therefore, those are interventions that we have. In those interventions that I mentioned in terms of programs, victims are also involved into those empowerment programs that I have indicated. I indicated in PWP, currently we have 150. We are recruiting again in KwaZulu-Natal this week. And last week we have been recruiting other numbers. We need 60 that we are busy with. The issue of the halfway house budget that has been indicated to say, why don't we have a dedicated budget for halfway house? We will need to prioritize in relation to that, because we had specific budget around it, and in relation to the costing, it is going to cost us 2.7 million based on the average standard of living that is included in the policy on halfway house, whereby because the policy in relation to halfway house was the department was not going to take full the responsibility around it. It was a partnership with non-profit organizations, whereby whatever that we were contributing was a stipend to that based on the standards and the criteria that we were using. And therefore, in terms of the standard, we were taking youth, converting houses as a family unit rather than warehousing them. Therefore, we had a specific standard to say we are going to to give a stipend to the non-profit organization, but it will be allowed to get donation from outside. But our current budget for those 5 that the honorable member has requested, it's going to cost us 2.7 million there, which is of course per month is 225,000. That is for those 5. There was a question on what steps are taken to strengthen the reintegration program. Let me indicate that the current practice that the National Commissioner and the department has come up with, the introduction of a division on community programs and licensing, the introduction of the Directorate Restorative Justice, the introduction of those divisions in their structure, it's an intervention enough to strengthen the reintegration of offenders because it touches all spheres. The programs that we are implementing, the Section 61 of the Correctional Services Act, is an intervention enough to deal with the issue of reintegration so that we prevent crime and reoffend. All relationships, as I said, are formalized and they cost us nothing, as the National Commissioner has indicated. I'm not quite sure if I have missed some of the questions that, or the programs, as I indicated, they are all over the country. We have programs in, like one major one, we have them in Gauteng, where 287 people benefited from an empowerment program, because we are not focusing on your conceptual program. We're focusing on programs that will put a bread on the table for the parolee so that he doesn't come back to the life of crime. We are all over the country. Then if those specifics are needed, we can provide them later. Thank you so much. I think I have covered the question. If not, therefore, I'll be happy to enlarge. Thank you.
If not, if you have not covered them, you will come back when members would have indicated to respond. NC, I don't see the CFO next to you.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, we requested to step out for a few minutes, whereas we are multitasking with the AG at the same time. So he will come back in a short while.
Okay. Thank you for the responses as led by the Minister and the DM and the National Commissioner with the entire team. Members, were all questions that you raised or clarities that you would have sought, were all of those responded to? If not, kindly raise your hand so that you can therefore repeat your question for it to be responded to. Ms. James, I see your hand. You can come in, Ms. James. I don't see any hand outside of yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think my question on the composition of the corrections forum, that wasn't answered, and also how many has been established and are functional. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. James. We were able to get that question that was not answered. Acting CDC, now it's your time to come back if it relates to you. NC, who takes it from your team?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It will be Mr. Nesengani.
I was correct.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, MC, Minister and Deputy Minister. The Community Corrections Forum has been established. We have a policy that is within the National Policy Coordinating Committee that determines who is involved and who is not involved. And those that are where they are established, they are very effective because they are assisting in terms of the monitoring of these parolees and probationers. They are helping us because they have meetings time and again, and they report in those meetings which if composition. Yeah, the composition I will have to refer so that I don't have to say things that I don't have within my midst, but it has got chairperson, secretary, but I will have to refer and get the full composition and bring it back to you. But they are there, and we have a policy in place that mandate its establishment.
Thank you so much, Acting CDC. NC, do you still want to add, or I can proceed to ask members for follow-ups?
No, I'm okay, Chair.
Okay. I like how your officials these days cover you on responses. Members, any follow-ups that emanates from the responses that the department would have raised, or perhaps when you were raising questions, you might have forgotten one or two questions and you would want to put it up. Ms. James, you'd come in, and then Mrs. Ngaba, you'll follow, being the last. Ms. James, kindly come through.
Thank you so much, Chair. Reference was made to the assist tool that was rolled out by the Western Cape University. I'm very much aware of that program that was rolled out by Professor Sibeko, as well as one of the correctional services representatives that serves on the Central Drug Authority. That program was actually introduced to the correctional services, if I stand to be corrected, I think probably over 2 years ago. There was training that took place. It is really shocking to hear that it's still not rolled out at most of the correctional services centers. We reflect and we respond by saying we have partnerships with the Department of Health, and I want to quote, we work very closely with the Department of Health. Yet we know that you are working closely with the Department of Health, but we want to ask, what are you actually doing? You're not speaking to any of the action points. All your responses to all my questions says that yes, you are working with other departments, but it's actually not telling us what they are doing. Dealing with substance abuse disorder, as per the NDMP, is a joint responsibility and a joint duty by the department, by DSD, and by health. You couldn't respond by telling me that Department of Health, this is what they've done. And if they're not doing what they're meant to be doing, you couldn't tell me that we have written to them and we have highlighted these challenges. When you made your presentation, you said that this is what is happening. When we questioned you, you came up with the many challenges that these programs has. I would appreciate in future, when you do these presentations, as you list what you are doing, also mention, say that we have a substance abuse program, say that our KPIs are aligned to the output of the responsibility of DCS as per the NDMP, and also mention that all of those outputs and objectives hasn't been met as per your report that was submitted to the CDA. None of those objectives and outputs has been met as a result of resources and as a result of budget. So that is the type of clarity that I would appreciate, Chair, not to give answers as if though everything is working in the department, but when you actually go as far as saying that we are working in alignment with the National Drug Master Plan, we are following up on, we do have our KPIs that we are implementing, you are not implementing them because as per your report to the CDA, you couldn't meet any of those KPIs because of a lack of resources, because of lack of budget. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. James. Mrs. Ngaba?
Thanks, Chair. I'm following up on a response I received about the psychologists and how the advert is out and that's being attended to. Can I please get an indication? When do you guys expect to have all those posts filled? Have you advertised in relation to psychologists specifically? Have you advertised 26 posts? When do you expect them to be filled? If you can't say when you expect them to be filled, can you at least give an indication? Within the next 6 months, within the next 12 months, how much do you expect that vacancy column to go down?
Thank you, Mrs. Ngaba. NC and your team? I don't see Mrs. Bond to respond to this HR matters. But NC, you would advise from your team who would come in to respond to Mrs. James and Mrs. Ngaba?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the issue of the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan, we are required to report on a biannual basis, but we have our reports that we compile quarterly. And we can provide the report to the portfolio committee. Actually, I have the report here that indicates how we are doing in the implementation of the indicators that are direct to the Department of Correctional Services when it comes to the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. So that's what I can say, Honorable Chairperson. We can be able to provide this the report just to show what we are doing with that. And I have indicated in my response earlier that we are looking into the issue of how do we then take the input or the indicators in the National Drug Master Plan. We're considering whether we should then take those and have a Department of Correctional Services Drug Master Plan, given the space that we operate in, and obviously the prevalence of drugs in correctional facilities. On the issue of the filling of the positions, normally after we have, normally what we do is we have a recruitment plan. So the recruitment plan will also show the timelines in terms of filling positions that have been advertised. Yes, we do not have the colleagues from HR with us in this meeting, but we can also be able to provide that plan. I would not say it's going to be in the next 12 months, Honorable Chairperson. I would say the coming 6 months, not the next 12 months, because these are posts that are already advertised. On a monthly basis, we get regions to report to the management committee meeting on how far they are in filling these positions. Because these positions are filled in regions, because these are posts that are on the production line. They are not posts that are filled from head office. And we can provide to the portfolio committee the last report that we received as the management committee. That would be a report of the month of May with regards to how far the process of filling those positions has moved. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner. I don't see any hand from the members, so those were the only follow-ups. And thank you for responding. I'm not sure if there is anything from the Minister. Minister Groenewald, is he still on the platform?
I am, Honourable Chair, just to get, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Chairperson, no. I think, as you have said, the answers have been given. There are challenges. We know that, but we are not going to shy away from that. We're going to see what we can do with the circumstances we have. And again, I stress budget. It's about money now. And the more we can, I say, explore the functionality and the operations of correctional services, the more we will realize what happened the last 5 years. And I see it actually as an injury to DCS with the budget cuts. And I say an injury because it's very difficult under these circumstances because there's an increasing in the population, our overcrowding. But having said that, we will tackle those challenges and we will go forward. Thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members and officials.
Thank you, Minister. DM?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I am covered by all the responses, but I've seen that Ms. James has posted on the chat group to say what programs do we have as there would be this celebration in terms of the. Just want to read that there would be some drug week. What programs do we have? I think, Chair, we can allow CDC to share those with the portfolio committee. What will be our management areas doing in terms of programs that are there in terms of that program? Thank you very much, Chair.
Which CDC comes in, Molepo or the acting CDC, NC, to respond to the commemoration of Drug Awareness Day, which is on the 26th of June? National Commissioner Samuel, are you still here?
Yes, we are still here, Honorable Chairperson. We request to refer to the events calendar of the department. Given our footprint, most of our events happened in the correctional facilities and management areas. So we can provide that information today still on what different management areas and correctional facilities are doing on that day of the 26th of June. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Would appreciate that. Please send it through to SIA. SIA will populate to members so that those who are available from the portfolio committee can equally form part of those management areas, especially if they're within their constituency areas. So it will greatly be appreciated. Mama Andronica, I'll be monitoring you and SIA today on that presentation, on that report. Thank you so much to the department as led by the minister and the deputy minister and through the national commissioner and officials that would have given us the presentation and equally responded to clarities and questions that members would have raised. These are some of those observations that the portfolio committee would have made, and some would be recommendations that the portfolio committee brings to the department. We have been consistent as the portfolio committee on talking to issues of filling of vacancies, especially funded posts, that it's of importance that they get to be filled. And we do welcome the recruitment process that the department has done, and which I know the closing date was on the 2nd of June. And we hope that that recruitment process and in finally appointing suitable candidates does not encounter challenges in that finalization process, similar to the learnership program. And we would, National Commissioner, monitor that based on your last assertions of 6 months in terms of the timelines or timeframes that you are talking to. So we would monitor that within that 6 months, there is placement of suitable candidates emanating from that successful recruitment program that as the HR component of the department has entered into. We equally note that in your recommendations, you have made an indication that HR will conduct work studies for creation of posts in line with functions of the department. For example, the shoemaker with regards to the wheat bank shoe factory, bakeries, establishment of bakeries, and other components or line functions. We will equally as well monitor this planned work study. We must find a way, National Commission, of encouraging offenders to participate in skills programs. I don't know how, but we should, such as the agricultural and the workshop productions. The numbers that were presented here are extremely low and raise a serious concern, especially relating to the Eastern Cape. With 14,000 inmates, only 91 participates or partake in production workshop. It's a seriously concerning matter. And this participation of inmates in both the agricultural and the workshop would equally contribute to rehabilitation. So it means we become less on that aspect of rehabilitation if inmates do not partake in such programs. So we should find a way of increasing the numbers, but find a way of how do we encourage inmates to partake in such programs. Equally, the less than 5 hours per day for offenders, it's quite worrying or a concern, especially if the department intends to be self-sufficient in terms of food for offenders and revenue generation through productions workshop. So we equally, Mrs. Molepo, whatever that we do, we must be in line with the white paper, but we must find a way of making sure that in the aspect of us being self-sufficient, how do we increase on these numbers? On the 5-hour aspect. The no post establishment for bakeries in the department, it's a concern, especially seeing that bread is the most consumed food item in prisons. Especially if you implement the self-sufficiency and sustainability module. So therefore, it is important that a number of bakeries must increase in order to save cost of bread and importantly to ensure that bakery post-establishment is created. But we'll engage further on this one, on the bread aspect, next week when we meet in the portfolio committee, because it's another component or a line item for next week portfolio committee meeting. The white paper underscores the need for inmate involvement in poverty alleviation projects, and that payments for all labor performed services should be aligned with government policies on wage levels. And equally on that white paper, the spirit of white paper of corrections, which states that rehabilitation should be at the center of departmental activities. In whatever we do as the department, we must ensure that there is adherence to the white paper on corrections, especially talking to that 5-hour of offender labor that I would have alluded to. In conclusion, National Commissioner, we saw an unannounced raid conducted. I'm not sure whether it was on Sunday or was it yesterday. I think it was on Sunday. I saw when I entered social media space live on the raids, or whether it was ENCA. But there was an unannounced raid conducted by the National Commissioner, or the Office of the National Commissioner, which was led by the National Commissioner, which we saw a number of contrabands that were found, and amongst those, where I think around 30 cell phones, if I am correct, that were found, including drugs in that aspect, and all electronics, chargers and so forth that were found on that unannounced raid or visit. We just hope that all those who were found with contrabands, offenders, they were charged with further charges so that we don't raid contrabands and we do nothing to offenders that were found with those illegal contrabands. We hope that they were charged with further charges, those found, and we would have heard as well that they are officials that are going through disciplinary process, and they are identified inmates that you are going to redo the classification process, because of you might have classified them as low risk, but emanating from the raids, there is an indication that the classification from low risk must go to high risk. It's equally done to all of those that would have found with contrabands. So we do encourage more of those unannounced raids, National Commissioner, and we congratulate you and your team for that, and to make sure that even officials that are assisting offenders and smuggling of contrabands were not aware of the raid. Hence, some will go or encounter the disciplinary process. So we do welcome those raids, and we hope that they will continue to happen as unannounced throughout, especially in problematic correctional facilities. And we also, you must make sure the safety of officials, of those who would equally be conducting those raids. So we applaud you for that, and congratulations, and let's ensure that it becomes a continuous program. It does not end in, I'm not sure, is it OD Correctional Facility? It's in Pretoria. Yeah, it's in Pretoria, I think. And that side of, is it Soshanguve, MC?
Yes, Mabopani, Honorable Chairperson, under Hoshimampuru Management Area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we do encourage more of those raids to be done. So those are recommendations and observations from the portfolio committee that we are putting to the department, and we hope you would work through them so that in the next portfolio committee meetings when we meet, especially on the items I've been speaking to, there would be slight improvement from what the portfolio committee members would have raised. So our meeting for today comes to an end on this item, but our meeting as the portfolio committee members does not end, because we still have another item, which is the budget vote report. Before the budget vote report can be tabled next week in the National Assembly for debate, it requires that the portfolio committee must talk to it and formally adopt it to be presented in the House. So those are submissions. DM, any parting words?
Thank you very much, Chair and Portfolio Committee members. We really appreciate the opportunity that as a department we appeared before your good self to remain accountable to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chair, and the entire Portfolio and the Minister and the team that is led from the administration by the National Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. Minister, any parting words?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And as I said, from our side, the Portfolio Committee is very important. We do account, and let's continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you so much for leading the delegation today to appear before the Portfolio Committee on the agenda that was set by the Portfolio Committee. Our meeting with the department officially comes to an end now. Badimo le Modimo ba nnelele na, and make sure that when we meet next week again, when we deal with issues of consultancies and bakeries vis-a-vis the cost breakdown of the current suppliers and the internal supply of the department, would equally have the similar delegation before the Portfolio Committee. So the meeting officially stands adjourned. The department then can exit. Members, we ought to remain to continue with our meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair and members.
Siya, sisase right ngequorum. Mbono okay. Ngaba ula. Ngaba
Yes, Chair.
I-itinerary yakho bathi yini yale i-unannounced visit okumele uyenze Paulsmo. Ngicela wini ukuba kumakaleni aqala uku-arrange ama-logistics akho.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, because it's officially through i-portfolio committee. So that
Okay.
bakwazi
Will do.
Okay, we still meet the quorum. I see everyone here. Honorable Mwela is still here. Honorable Niehaus, Ubab Matutu, Ositunkosi Matutu. Honorable Tluote is still here. Engel Babgasa, Honorable Sokopo is still here. Miss James, and Mrs. Ngaba. So the only person who would have left is Mrs. Diale, and I think we do have an apology from her that she would leave the meeting to another meeting. So members, this is the draft report on the portfolio committee meeting that we had last week on Tuesday, which is the 17th of June, to receive a presentation from the department on their annual performance plan, including budget for 2025-2026, and this includes also jigs. So you do have the report that speaks to the recommendations and a thorough report that we ought to do that needs to be sent to the House. And outside that, this report requires to fully be adopted by the Portfolio Committee before the budget vote can be tabled before the House next week, Tuesday at 2 o'clock in the Good Hope Chamber. So I would take the report as read by the portfolio committee members because it was sent to us. I think it was on Friday, Sia. Was it on Friday when we populated the report, Sia?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, it was Friday.
Okay, yes. So I will take it as read because we received it on Friday, and which would have given members to be able to go through it so as to assist us to conclude on the matters today, to enhance or even add where we might have left off in terms of developing the report. So let's start with page 1 where we need to fix. Go to page 2, Sia.
Chairperson?
Yes, Mrs. Ngaba?
Go 2.1, it says, however, these challenges will be tackled. I think they meant tackled.
Yes.
And while I'm here, can I point out 2.4? It
Yes.
says that those rehabilitated and reiterated, I assume that's reintegrated back.
Yes, reintegrated back to the society.
That's 2.4.
Would make a positive contribution. So it's immediately after rehabilitated, Sia, and it's supposed to be reintegrated. It's just listed as reintegrated. This English is for Engelbrecht. So
I was gonna ask, Chair, there's a few just grammar things. Must I say them all here or can I just send it to Sia? I've made corrections.
you can say them, Mrs. Ngaba, so that they form part of the with amendments. Because of if we adopt the report with the little grammars that are there, when we change them, it can raise a concern that as if we might have altered with the report. So let's note them so that immediately after noting, you can equally send to Sia on the side so that then they work in cleaning them up.
Okay.
Matabata, you are here, ne?
Yes, Chair. Just that I think this document is still locked, but we'll make those changes.
Okay, let's go to, we were on page 2. Let's go to page 3. And then
Yeah.
page,
Sorry, Chair. At 4.1, it says this is an increase of 5.7. I think, what, 5.27? I think there's a percent missing there.
Noted. Thank you.
okay. We move. Page 4.
At 5.13, it says the allocation to sub-programs as percentage of the allocation. I think it's supposed to be as a percentage.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. We move to the next page.
Sorry, Chair, at 5.14.
Yes.
It's the last line, target for IMS set at 10% while target for youth. Is that supposed to be while the target for youth?
Repeat that.
Noted. Thank you.
It's just a the that was missing.
Okay. Oh, yes. Now I see it. Okay, then let's move to, is it page 5? Well, yes, page 5.
Paragraph 5.22, second line. An increase by 7.3, I think, is an increase of 7.3%.
Thanks, noted.
Go down. Yes, stop. To allow members to see if there is a change that needs to be done. Okay, go to page 7.
Matabat, ngicela ukubuza. Uyabona ku 4.3.5, you are using the percentage sign, but literally the whole document you've written out percent.
Yes, we'll change it. I noted. Thank you.
Okay, go to page 8. Who's administering the thing? Is it you, Matabat, or is it Sia?
It's me, Chair.
Okay, go down, go to the next page. Go to the next page.
Chairperson.
Yes, Mrs. Ngaba. Highlight it where you want to.
5.5.4, the targets include Leo comma doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
What how do you save a Matabat? Ke bona save as or is on my side. Save as read only. Okay.
Now this document, I don't know what I did. It's locked for now. So if I'm going to, it's gonna take time to fix it. But I'm noting these things, and I think we'll also request the Honorable Ngaba to send us that document.
Yeah. I said
Sure.
she must send you to also, but just note all of them so that they form.
Yes. Thanks.
Move to the next page. Which page are we on, Matabat? Is it 11 or 11? We can then go to 12. Okay, move to another page. On observations. Okay, go to page 14. Okay, go down, Tabata. $16. Okay, thank you, Matabata. So this is the report, members, with the amendments that would have made and trying to fix spelling or grammar matters that would have been highlighted by Mrs. Ngaba.
My hand is up, Chair.
Okay, even though your hand is not up, the icon there by your iPad that allows you to raise your hand. Will come in, wait a bit. So members, this is the report that emanates from the last week portfolio committee that received the APP and budget for both JICS and the Correctional Service Department. So if this is a true reflection of the discussions that emanated from last week, I would therefore recommend to members of the portfolio committee that we move to support and officially adopt this report if there are no additions to the report as presented now and drafted by the team emanating from our discussions and observations in the last week portfolio committee. Honorable Kusokopo, you will come in, and then Honorable Engelbrecht, you will follow. You can proceed, Honorable Sokopo.
No, Chair, I just wanted to propose that I adopt the report with the amendments made and corrections made by Honorable Ngaba. Thank you, Chair.
You move for the adoption of the report with the amendments that has been made by Mrs. Ngaba. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I confirm that the contents of the report is a true reflection of what transpired. However, the DA reserves our position until after caucus.
Thank you. Other members?
Thank you, Chair. MK would reserve its position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is noted. Do we have anyone that seconds the report with the DA and MK noting, reserving their matters and DA based on up until they are caucus? I don't know what I did to my I no longer see the way I was seeing things. Okay. There is no one. Ms. Jane? I couldn't see yes.
Thank you so much, Chair. We actually say notes the report with reservations.
Noted. Okay. DA and MK and Action SA, they note the report with reservations to it. You can put your hand down, Mrs. James.
Apologies, Chair.
Noted. Okay, I've managed to bring back my slide the way it was. I was just frustrated by it. So, so everyone has spoken. DA, which political party do we have outside? EFF, I don't see it anymore on the platform. So, Sia, for us to fully adopt the report, how many do we need? Or what becomes the procedure with the reservations that have been noted?
Chair, if I'm correct, Chair, Honorable Sokopo has proposed that option. We'll need a member to second, and then the committee would need 6 members to be in agreement with the report. But first important thing, Chair, someone must then second Honorable Sokopo in adopting the report. And then we check those in favor of the report. And then we count those numbers. We then need the majority who will be in favor of the report, Chair. And then the report can be sent to the House. And then the debate can be, the parties will then state their position in the House.
Okay, thanks, Sia. I knew we need 6. I just was not sure with the, what do you call it? The format on how we should proceed with the reservations. So we do not have anyone that seconds the report.
Thank you, Chair. I second the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then have those in favor of the report being tabled to the House raise their hands?
My hand is up, Chair.
In the calculation, or you would want to come in to speak?
In the calculation.
I'm in favor of the report, Chair. Thank you.
So we only have 2 members.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Tluoti.
But my hand is up there on the icon.
I now see your hand is up, yes. You can proceed, Honorable Claude.
No, I'm just saying that I'm in favor.
Okay. Thank you. So we have 3. So all those, you reserve your comments, on the report to be tabled in the House.
Madam Chair, to clarify, as always in the previous term and the one before that, we reserve our position on vote 22. However, we agreed to it that this report serves in the House, if that can clarify it somewhat.
So you reserve your comments on it, but you agree that it should be tabled to the House.
That means we are now 4, Chair.
No, we reserve our position on vote 22. We agreed to the report serving in the House.
Sia?
Chair, we have if I'm capturing Honorable Engelberg Colette, Chair, the Honorable Engelberg is saying the 2 members of the DA in the committee agreed to the report as tabled, but their position on the vote will be tabled in the House when the debate happens, Chair, which therefore means that we have 6 members in agreement to the report being adopted today, including yourself, Chair, with the 2 members of the DA and the 4 members of the ANC, which is Honorable Sokopo, Honorable Claude Moela, and yourself, Chair, including Honorable Engelberg and Honorable Kabelo Tobisa Tsaba, which makes it 6, Chair. So the report is adopted, but the position of the party will be debated in the House, Chair. That's how we normally use to take it through, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Sia. I quite understand now, and in that case, fully agree as well on party positions and politics would be therefore debated when the report is debated in the House. And that is noted, Honorable Engelbrecht, and thank you for seconding on the report to be tabled to the House, with the reservations of the DA with regards to the report or on its position. So members, the report is fully duly adopted and would be tabled to the House on the 1st of July at 2 o'clock in the Good Hope Chamber. And therefore, all parties will therefore speak on their positions in that debate on that set day. We have come to an end of our meeting. We were only dealing with this report. There's nothing to it. The committee secretary will come back to you. We are meeting next week, Tuesday, as the portfolio committee on issues of consultancies and the establishment of bakeries, including the cost breakdown of bread at either 9:30 or 10 o'clock, depending whether on virtual or on physical setting. And we are meant to be in the House in physical to debate the budget vote of correctional service, which is budget vote 22. So the SIA will come back to the committee when he issues a communication whether we would be virtual or physical in that aspect. The meeting, therefore, colleagues and members, stands adjourned, and hope those who are traveling travel safe. We shall meet next week, Tuesday, either in the portfolio committee or in the House when we debate the budget vote. Thank you. The meeting is fully adjourned.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Long live
Thank
the
you.
chair.
Aye.
Recording stopped.
Okay, you're recording. Matutu.
Chairperson.
Bantu khona, you've been quiet. Don't put on your video.
Khona wena ndikhona. Ngimisa kaloku secaleni, ngimisa ezilalini apha inetwork ayikho ndisentabeni, Chairperson. My apology ngaloo nto leyo. Akho mbane apha ndikhwele entabeni. So ndinyuke ngemoto ndaye entabeni.
Okay, bye-bye, Honorable Matutu.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're here. So now I am happy that you were here listening. You didn't log on only and left the gadget there.
No.
Okay, fully appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
See ya. Sokopha.